Yo, good afternoon, welcome. We've not even started yet and I already need to whack something in the head. Oh, I see your problem. Your problem is that this excavator really needs to clear out this space. It's caused a cave-in. I should probably send a second one back over there. Because it's trapped the Why are you trying to escape? You have tasks to do here. Oh, you're trying to find a route over to there. Okay, I can ignore you. You'll fix yourself. The bigger issue is the fact that there's a dump truck stuck over here. But it'll solve itself. Anyway, plan today. What we want to get done today is basically make sure we have ripped down the entirety of this area here, more or less, and rebuilt it. Basically get rid of the last of the steel and or the last of the steel, all the glass and the concrete and the silica production, and move it over to where it's supposed to be, over here. I believe I have all the trains. Are you running? You don't have hydrogen. That's why you don't have hydrogen. There we go. So that can start buffering. I do need to set that train up, so let's get that one being built now as well. And we need to label the stop and then allocate. That I can pick up. Give it a... Did we already set one up? No. This is just called silicon because it's not a drop-off or a pickup or anything on those lines. What colour to give you? Pink, why not? Add that stop there. Okay, we need to give it a train. Silicon is still flat, isn't it? Yeah, it's unit. Did you finish making the last train I assigned you? Oh. That's nice. I wondered how it handled that. When you recycle a train, it stores the cars in here. It doesn't break them down. It just says these are the individual bits that are currently in storage. That's nice because that means that we can basically immediately use those to make a new silicon train. We have forgotten to push a button and set this to silicon. Presumably it knows. That looks like a full cost. It has, however, reduced the cost based upon presumably what's already in storage. Good. Okay, so now to get the silicon train out and sitting parked ready. That's all fine. We've got warnings all over the place at the minute, which is okay. We was actually getting or losing hydrogen because we wasn't generating enough steam because this is currently running at maximum capacity 100% of the time. Okay, I'm going to force build that so that I can turn this online. Okay, let's bring this online and then be ready to start turning these on. I want to give it opportunity to fill the pipes first. All of the pipes, and then once all of the pipes are full, we'll start turning them on. In fact, we'll turn this slot on, or that one on now. That's not enough for this. We will need to bring the other one online, but I do want the thing to start effectively overheating first. Because at the minute all the steam is just going into this, and it's probably presumably trying to spin this up. It's spun up, but it's not at full speed because there's not enough steam. That's fine. Okay. Once the steam has no place left to go. I mean, that pipe's full, that pipe is full. Let me actually, these do not need to be bigger pipes. Temperature in the reactor will probably start skyrocketing. Just gives a little bit more storage in the pipe. And we'll probably, yeah, the temperature in the reactor will probably start skyrocketing once the pipes are entirely full. Once it reaches 75%, we should be able to turn this one on. Good. Okay, we're going to leave this on so that things can deliver to it for the time being, just so that, because we need to turn off the old reactor in a moment. Second it starts overheating. What pipe is it still trying to fill? That one's full. Keep filling that one now. That's full. That's full. Oh, I forgot that this thing itself will also store an amount, which also applies to these. So it's filling this. Now it's filling this. Then it'll be filling that. Once everything is saturated. Okay, that's that one. We're getting close to the reactor now. I wish I could see how saturated this is. I think at this point we're better off just keeping an eye on the steam storage inside the reactor. And the second it's no longer going down, we can activate this. We'll wait for the internal storage of the steam to be about 50% full, because this is going to hold a little bit anyway. There we go. No, not quite. because the internal storage of this thing is 48. Oh no, it's just 8. Doesn't need that much internal storage. Okay, now if we turn that on, that will pull 8 out of here, and that will keep this balanced. I'll keep that open over there so I can keep an eye on it, but we can now start the process of bringing this offline. Do I want to wait for this to power down? Or do I just want to tear it down so that I can use it to... I have already pre-paused these, I haven't. Belt run out of plutonium? Not yet. So long as it's buffering in there, then these should in theory be running constantly. It's not. These aren't set to auto balance, so why are you not getting sufficient steam to be running constantly? We buffered the pipes so that it wouldn't be a problem. Oh, that's why. It's running at no efficiency because currently these have a lower priority, so that's just not running. I'm of a mind just to tear this down, but my concern is the resources that are here. I'd rather allow it to run out of resources and power itself down. Let me temporarily remove the current digging area. Is this empty? Okay, that's empty. Yeah, I'd like to get this to get through its resources so that this area is clear before we progress any further on that, so that's fine. The reactor we can take down though. Because we can just tell this thing to export from here. Trucks aren't allowed to export from this one, technically. They shouldn't be, it's just we copied it from over there, so it says they can. That's fine, that's coming in from outside. Yeah, no, that they want to be off. I don't want exporting from here. I'm going to temporarily allow importing from here. Don't know whether or not a vehicle can get close enough to that to allow import into it. I've already paused that belt. Okay, power this down. Start the process of deconstruction. wait until it has actually powered down. And finish its current cycle, and then we can tear that down, use the materials from that to build these two. Okay, good enough. We can't tear that down, that's fine. The rest of that we need to keep in place for now. Output 2 pipes, receive from pipes. If I do that, then we should be able to export the water from over here back into here and give the reservoir a little bit of a break. Yep, I want to leave those to continue processing for now. Right, so you may begin construction of all of that. And of those. Probably should have done that sooner so that they don't grab the construction part 2s from here and take them away. They can just take them up to there. And once this lot's online, we can put this to maximum power. It is, however, stable, so I don't need to keep monitoring that. The hope is by having it on import, what was left of the fuel rods in here will get picked up and delivered to here. And likewise, this thing here will deliver its fuel rods directly in, while it's still got materials to do it. Although that might take a little while until that's done, just by virtue of the fact that we have a lot of MOX fuel rods to be going through. Oh, why are you taking it back? Can't you deliver it up to here? Well, they'll figure it out. Yeah, that's fine. We know about that. Okay, good. They've cleared that bit out. You may as well clear out the rest of this then. While you're at it, get the rest of this. I don't know if we'll ever build down here, but we will at the very least be digging down here, and this will get us access to this water here and this water here if we need it. Although we will have to build a trench for it, really, in order to be able to bring it up to where it needs to be. These guys are still stuck. It's not collapsed in even more. Not sure. Let me reallocate the diggers we have down here on this one. 2 and 4. Up to here. Yeah, that's right. Just so that we can finish digging this cut through out. And then work can continue down here. Let me edit the area. As you know, we don't need them digging that bit out. The area's fine, yeah. We just need to wait for the other one to finish what it's doing. Okay. Should have a coal train down here. Okay, we have a coal train down here, good. Right, so things that we will need to do. We will need to remove this coal station and replace it. We'll need to remove this station and replace it. These both will need to be moved over a little bit so that we can have an actual parking position for them. What are you waiting for? I'm guessing a clear track ahead of you. Because you should be going over to... Ah, no, you've got to come to here first. It's unrestricted. No, you shouldn't go to here. You're going straight to here. So yeah, you must just be waiting for some part of the line specifically to be clear to allow you to go. Because you're full. Hydrogen drop, yeah, there's only one train on the line though. Arrival condition not met. Oh, this is waiting for any of the modules to be empty. Do I need to do that? Is there any reason I can't just send it over? And have it wait here until it's empty? Nothing else comes here. I think that configuration may have been there because the intent was we didn't want it to park, or this was going to be a fueling station, we didn't want it to park here. So I think you can come at any point, because you're told to wait until you're empty anyway. So you're not going to block any lines doing that. You may as well keep everything topped up. Okay, it's going fine. I assume these are running at full capacity now. Good. And these ones are set to auto balance. So in order for those to be brought online, we do in fact need to have, yeah, both of those built. Pause them for now. No, we don't need to do that. I'll let you just go. Because I think that's going to be fine. Okay. Are we actually okay to tear them both down? Yeah, if this doesn't get any stone, it'll ask a truck to deliver some. Oh, right, yeah. We do need to allow that for the time being. This is going to be water. Export it. I think any of the processes up here need water, so we can tear down this pipe to here. The other pipe we have is the brine. We need that for the time being until we're done processing the rest of the uranium. Okay. And then once this is done on its load, we can tear down all of this bit as well. Don't need the iron imported anymore. Don't need that imported anymore. For the short term, we can tell them to ship that stuff over there. Tell this to explicitly ship this stuff over to here. And the acid can get shipped into there. We're whirring away on their last batch, so it's the last lot of waste. And then once this cycle is done, that can come down, that can come down. I think it's still gonna... Actually, we need to cancel that until the pipe is emptied out. Might as well make the most of everything. Okay. All of that can come down. Don't want to break that yet. They can both come down. Well, that's done. That's done. There we go. Oh no, we're just not actually using much power at the minute for some reason. We must have backed up our resources again, which I'm not going to complain about. We were having resource problems while I was letting things run in the background for a while. We have a lot of construction materials, but no one's coming over to them in the minute. Okay. Right, and these things are done now. That was the last batch in there. Has it actually been picking those up and delivering them to here? I don't know where they've been delivering them to then. No one's picked up the stuff from in there either. Okay. Once that lot's made it into there, then we can tear down this bit. I'm probably just going to rip down these walls. Just allow it to fall out. Because we don't need that there. Don't suppose you can notify me when you're empty. Thank you. Because when it's empty, I can remove it. Okay, so everything is ready. We're just waiting for things to be decided that they are in fact done. Since we have a maximum of unity, let's just spend it. We reduced the amount of things we were spending Unity on deliberately so that we could oops, I didn't want to pause the building of them. Okay. Let's bring these online. And once these are finished building, okay, we push this button. It should now be balancing its power production based upon consumption. So if I bring all of these online, and these are told to auto balance. If enabled, the reactor will adjust its power outputs automatically based on heat demand. Automation will not exceed the maximum power set. Okay, so yeah, we do need to set it to max. Will not exceed the maximum power set in the slider and cannot drop below the first level. Always keep the reactor running. This system depends on the cooling loop. Without it, rapid heat changes could lead to a meltdown. Automated regulation requires computing power to function. It may still be worth me jamming flywheels on the end of these. That one there is the problem, because we need to move that. We could get one on the very end without too much issue. Interesting that it's pulled it all the way down to 1. It should be stabilized at 2. Because this set is set to always be on as well. If I wanted to add a flywheel here, I really wish you could just buy it or purchase what's it called? A shaft. Just to put a shaft here. But no, they do need to be physically connected. And the problem is this. Okay, we could shunt it over by 1. Yeah, we should add flywheels to all of these. To which end? Can I even get one on that? I don't think I'd ever want one on the first one. No, because we need to keep running at 1 constantly, so it only ever wants to go on the other 3. Pause. Because what we're about to do is potentially problematic. Okay, quick build, all of that. This is going to cause a power starvation problem if we are not quick about things. You have not remembered the height you're supposed to be off the floor. Damn it, that can't go there.
Get ready.
Okay, is there space enough to come out and over? There is, okay. That's a workable solution. Right. Instant build all of that, please. I'm quite frankly shocked we haven't run out of power setting up all of this. Okay, so this will now go back up to full speed to run this. May as well auto-balance these. These never want to be auto-balanced. If they have spare steam, just use it. There we go. I'm ignoring all of my alerts currently. Oh, that's actually... We should deal with that. There are now 4 that are showing that they have no more allocation, and that's a problem because apparently that also includes our iron mine. Okay. Grab this bit, this bit, this bit. I'm not going to ask you to grab this bit. We'll get that bit while we're digging down and underneath it. If we try to grab that bit now, we're going to get grab nothing but stone for ages. Which one else is out? Coal is out. And actually given the coal a significant area, so I'm surprised it run out. There is coal in there. That is coal, isn't it? I think that's coal, not shadow. We need to extend the reinforcing wall to get that bit. Let's extend the reinforcing wall. What else is out? Sand is out. You may as well continue. There are other bits of sand that I have allocated for it to get, but the intent was to dig this area out first. May as well keep going across here. We need to remove this terrain designation so that we're going to be able to dig underneath it at a later date. We didn't set this up quite the right way when we did it the first time around. Makes this a little bit more awkward because I can't get these into here properly. I didn't mean to unpause. Yeah, I'll worry about the specifics of that later. We don't need to worry about it for now. Okay, is that the only one that still doesn't have the designators? No, that's fine. You're supposed to be losing your water supply. Although, let me actually tweak it. Less than 50%. Good. This stuff is disappearing. that stuff can go. That's going to bury any truck that comes to pick up these. There we go. Nuclear power station is up and running. Can't reactivate the reprocessor just yet. And nothing has currently delivered the spare uranium rods in yet. I assume the spare rods should be back at the shipyard. Yep, although not all of them are there yet. Let me just have a look. What is in the shipyard currently? Crushed slag. We should wait until everything has been delivered. So I'll check it back again later. Okay, good. This is all online. Bring that online. Bring these online. Turn that back on. There we go. We have forgotten a thing. I wouldn't have noticed if it wasn't for the fact that the wrong chimney was active. Okay, good. It's getting its spare uranium rods. Because those can't currently be belted in, given that it only has one input and that input is filled with MOX. Because we always want to be consuming the MOX first, since it's made with the waste product of the standard rods. Okay, hopefully that fuel and that setup will last us for a while and we won't have any problems with it. All of this is allocated for this, so as long as we make sure we don't set anything with a higher priority of 3 for computing, then they should always serve this slot. None of this is paused anymore, that's running. The only thing we're going to need to do is once this is done being shifted over to there, and notify me when this is empty. And this is going to be empty soon. Then I know that, I think these, oh, that's already been told to be deconstructed. So I only need to know when this one's empty. Okay. Just for the sake of not losing the resources, let's just deconstruct them that way. There's our first pile of spent uranium that we will dig up at a later date. This is our new pile being created. So that finishes the upgrade to the nuclear reactor that we started end of last episode. You still can't get anywhere. These guys are working. Oh dear, that caving's gotten worse. They are working to clear it out though. I don't have an issue with that. Nope, that's fine. Okay, that's all good as well. I was wondering if that was actually going to be a problem. Okay, so we do need to increase the production of our farms. We'll recover that from there. Okay, are there any other little tasks I need to do before I start worrying about the thing that I'm putting off currently? Ah, yes, we need to redo all of this. There is no need for this anymore. I say no need for it. I am probably still gonna have something here. We just need to figure out what we want to do. I do want to rip all of this up and replace it with these. We do still need to generate steam over here, but we don't need to be generating steam for power. The only thing generating us extra steam is this, and this will never generate enough steam to run this constantly anyway. Not with the amount of pollutants that we generate over here. So it may be worth just venting that or running it straight into a cooling tower. This would be the replacement for this entire section, but let's just get rid of all of this. And we'll worry about specifics of other things afterwards. I think that line there is just the output to the cooling towers for all of them. Can't bandbox delete these because it would delete the pipes that are over the top, and we do not wish to do that. Okay, so that thing is allocated to the actual power, so that removes everything from the power side of this. Yeah, we do need steam generation over here, but now all of that's done. Okay, so that went into the bottom of here, which would make that one, yeah, the primary input. We need this here for now. would kind of like to keep something here for backup power. I don't need much of it. Helps if I go to the right one. Oh, look. There is our Streamly bot coming in, trying to tell us to buy viewers and get ourselves banned from Twitch. Let's ban them instead. Not that anybody sees that, because they still can't get past the filters I have in place. Yeah, this does... Actually, it may generate enough steam to be able to spin this or keep this spun up. This is power priority 6. He wants to be 8, doesn't it? Maybe 9. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Good, that's what I want to see. Although, I worry that if at some point we lose the mainframe computers, we somehow manage to... It shouldn't happen, so long as we make sure that this is correctly set. That's a interesting problem. Might be getting nothing from water. Oh. Why is wastewater blocked? Water output is full. Oh. I see. I see. Well, that's gone anyway, so... Problem fixed. You're still exporting to over there. It's getting exported over to here. Interesting that I was saying that they weren't getting any water though. Household appliances I could understand. We do have an issue with production of those in a minute. But look there, we're not currently getting enough silicon. Could bring this online temporarily, but we have the production already in place and we're going to tear it down soon anyway. Not worth it. Chicken are getting their feedback. Chicken's getting their feedback. We also then want to upgrade this bit. Just so that we don't end up accidentally voiding some of the stuff. Water here is going to become a problem. We do need to think about actually doing something about that. There's the water pipe here. Do we want to run a desalinator? I mean, it's the only other water we can get here other than building a large amount of rainwater collectors. Now that said, we have nothing we want to build in any of these, so there's nothing stopping us from just building a bunch of these along here. Other than their maintenance costs. Consider it 1 for each. 8, 16. Let's just add a bunch of these. 7, 14, 28. Standard pipe will do it. Given that we now know we don't need this space for anything, we'll use a little bit of extra maintenance to slightly increase water production. It is a bit more water for the farms, and this, since we know that if everything in here is running as hard as we can make it, it will drain the reservoir. Okay, right. Back to this task over here. This thing will actually fit in here. Will only give us a little bit of extra power. That's fine. We just want this to kick in before these do. And this requires totally... oh, just one of those. You know what? Let's allow it to have the full capabilities that it would have had previously. So it's capable of outputting 30 if we need it to. Two of those, only needs one of these. But I think we need two of these just for making sure we're venting the other stuff and turning it back into water if we need to. Okay. No, they do actually all need to be tier 2 pipes. Forgot about that. That's all they need to be, though. Are vehicles meant to be able to get through this bit? No, they're not. They're meant to be able to go around the other side. They're not meant to go through here. Now, that said, we have gone over the top on all of these. So maybe I do want this bit to be of height of... at least 2. And then I'm going to need to have an overflow pipe from this. So these all to auto balance other than this one. Let's tear this down. Cut it off there. That there. IoT output there. Yeah, no, that's fine. And if that isn't enough, we run with this one first. So that becomes a priority output. And then this one second. And then we take from the top of here into here. Okay, that would have been slightly cleaner if I had kept this here. Wrong button. Okay. You take that as the priority inputs to run this. We actually have the materials to build all of this? We do. I'll let them do it normally though. Okay, now we need to take an overflow pipe from here. Bring this over to here and then down into there. Might as well reclaim the water from it. Okay. Priority, burn this first. And then burn the coal. Ah, right, because we were originally using that as the output. But that's not going to be the plan anymore. We wanted to power the refinery first, and the excess steam can run the generators if they need the extra power. I am curious as to whether or not this is going to be able to spin this up on its own and keep it spun up. Which is why I've disabled the steam input for the time being. I assume it's got a little bit backed up in the pipe, yeah. No, it's not quite generating enough steam to keep it ticking over on its own. Maybe once it's up to speed, so we'll allow it to get up to speed. Okay. It's still known and fine. I am still putting off doing that. It's not a trivial task, and it's gonna be a mess. I know it's gonna be a mess. So it looks fine. We don't need that online for the time being. This is all nicely backed up. Couple of spare valves of plutonium lying around. Okay. Order of operations. I ideally need to have as much of our storage full before we start. Did I make the second steel train? No, I still need to duplicate the steel train. We're almost only going to need 2 of these rather than just the 1. The copper train we've already got 2 sets of 3 of. We have a set of train allocated for glass, 1 for concrete already, 1 for silica. Should now be over here and parked. Let's allow these trains to load, because they've got nowhere to go once they have loaded. Interesting. You didn't allow... Can I send you around in a circle? You don't have an easy way to get out. We can do, but we'd explicitly have to tell you to, like, go to here. Tell you to go to there, and then we can unpause these. I'm a little confused as to why these only got partially filled and why this has stopped again. Slag doesn't have an output. Because of all of the belts, one of them is the wrong way around somehow. Okay, we know we're going to need the second one of these online one way or another, so let's bring the second one online. We're currently only wanting 1 lot of glass being made from broken glass at the minute. We have... Okay, you're filling the train. That's fine. Let me tell you to make your way around there. So we can have them full and ready. But yeah, glass storage is almost full. Steel, we are out of there, which means we need to bring more of this online, or we'll actually figure out why it's not currently running. Because you are full. You are full because this is blocked, because the truck we have assigned to you... No, other trucks are allowed to still come here anyway. Yeah, other trucks should be allowed to dump. It doesn't need this one only to be dumping from here. Accept only assigned wasn't ticked. Why was you only accepting assigned? That is all kinds of wrong. Does that other one have the same problem? Probably not, because Yeah. Maybe it's because again, the truck that was assigned to here is stuck. While these guys clear out the rest of this. So that explains why we were running out of steel, but I think I will bring another line of this online. Just to be ready. One, two, three, four. Gonna need that online as well. This is more than this can produce. So if this gets too low, we know we need to turn this on. I actually already increased the production here. Although looking at it, we don't need it at the moment, but it's still backing up, so we'll allow it to continue to back up. That's for picking up salt. This is for picking up coal. Let's prep those stations, even if we're not going to place them down just yet. I would like a copy of this. Flip it. No, rotate it. Both of these are going to be loose, aren't they? Okay, has it allocated them for the right direction? Yep. So we need one for salt that is a pickup location. Limit to train station is 1. And then we need one which is an unload location for coal. Left for refinery. Probably means we're going to have to put the coal one up here. Pull it down a little bit. Now the coal one doesn't need to be as long. It depends on whether or not I'm going to be doing whether or not I want this train to be its own little train or part of the main train that goes up to the foundry. Can you not go over the bridges? Why can't you make it up to there? There's a... You're like... Our mega vehicle's not allowed to go over... Oh, it's because these are small ones. we reduce the size of these. They're going to get moved in a bit anyway, but that's why. That vehicle's perfectly capable of going over and underneath that, but yeah, you can get across there. But for whatever reason, it can't get across here. This is going to bother the trains, but there's no other way around this. Actually, I should check. Copy this bit. No, the whole thing, please. Okay, that's in the way. It's not going to be in the way for long. But this is a temporary replacement of something that is temporary in the first place, because we are going to change where this line is. And yeah, it's not able to squeeze around the back of that. So we can't get over this way. All of these are height 5, so there's no reason it shouldn't be able to get underneath that. It's literally just this. Okay, yeah, let's do it this way then. Let's delete that. Let's speed up the process. Now the trains to complain for a second. Okay, it does actually need those gone as well. Oh, bollocks. That's why it wasn't letting me just place it there. I forgot that was a special thing. And instantly build that, please. That'll solve that problem. Okay. Now that we have a second steel train on the line, I'm happy to take this lot down once it's gone through its resources. There we go. Can't tell it to dig out that little bit there that's actually the thing causing the problems. Those collapse notifications can be a little bit problematic. Okay, I imagine that's a result of... Damn it. Okay, we need to bring that online temporarily now. I mean, it's already built. At least we know we need 2 of them anyway. Okay, let me know when that is empty so that we can tear down all of this. And empty, not quite. Now, what to do about the water line as well is something else I need to give a consideration to. Can start planning some of this track. The easy bit at least. Okay. We need stations that are capable of... We need stations that are capable of holding 8 long trains for these. Now we've done 3 unloaders here. I think we only need 2. I mean, we can do 1. 1 may be all we need. Given that, in theory, they're capable of outputting 600 each. 600 each. That's a tier 3 belt and a half, and there's not a tier 4 belt. Housing capacity, focus points, fuel usage, maintenance outputs, world mine outputs, rocket capacity, vehicle. Yeah, we have the best belts. I think we'll stick with 2. Loading and unloading 2 at the same time. And you're getting sufficient supply now. Hopefully, yes. Because running out of maintenance 2 will definitely kill everything. Although, to be fair, the maintenance 2 that we are producing will be prioritized use at the nuclear power plants, whereas these will have a lower production. I'm just going to pin that and leave that up there because I'm curious as to whether or not that 1 is enough to keep it up and spinning. I'm assuming not, just because it's running off the exhaust. I don't think I'm ever going to use these. Let's reverse the flow of these. And remove them. Better just to convert it all to fuel gas. Although that said, even if I do reverse the flow, they're not going to be able to go anywhere. Or will they? Yeah, because the overflow is here. And apparently we forgot to upgrade those pipes. So that'll allow the overflow into there. That overflow should connect actually into its tank. Yes. You gonna be able to figure that out? I'll do. These aren't going to be able to figure that out. I think I'll just destroy the pipes here. We don't need to burn the overflow anymore. Which means that we don't need that there anymore, and we can reroute the exhaust, which is just going to be carbon dioxide from fuel gas. I'm just get rid of both of these and rely on both of these. No, we will get rid of this one. We'll leave the rest of them. So use this one first and foremost, then use coal, and then use fuel gas from, once it's filled up the pipe, from the main tank. Still having maintenance issues. Okay. Let's connect them into here directly. How much carbon dioxide? If all of this is running, just over 200. I connect that around into there and then take a tier 3 pipe out of here. There we go. And the rest of that should all be fine. Let's get notifications when these are empty so that we can move them. Maintenance is 33%. It's trying to keep up. The overwhelming majority of the maintenance should head this way. Let's pause these for now to allow all the maintenance to go that way. Or all the circuits to go to maintenance. Yeah, it's less a production or less a consumption problem, more a production problem. Which looking at it appears to be a or insufficient silicon, but that should be fixed. once things have backed back up again. Okay. There's still that. I haven't quite cleared out the bin next to it yet, so that may fix itself. That. This isn't empty yet. That isn't full yet. Okay. How's the chicken feed solution going? Yeah, there's only 4 of these can be turned into chicken feed. Or animal feed, and they're all allocated. That increases the buffer size in here, which reduces the amount that gets yeeted back. Maybe it's worth me moving those so that there's more storage on the belt. Given that overflow of food comes in bursts. We could also upgrade these to the bigger variant. A little bit more maintenance. And the advantage of that is it may be able to churn through that food faster, but it seems like a bit of a waste versus just shifting things around slightly. Yeah, let's shift things around slightly. I copy that section. That section. That's the bit we need to replace without modification. Good, we did nibble that bit, so remove that. And there's a limit to how far back we can actually even push this. Well, that's something else. These do actually need to be a higher tier now as well. All of them. That's an outward belt. From the top down. Okay, that upgrades the belts. Don't think there's a way to do this. We haven't got the space. We have 4 of these in here. I'll have to see if that helps to get a little bit more into here. How much to quick build all of this? Yeah. We are starting to run low again. Why though? Is there an illness about or something? We're getting +5 earlier. I'm not sure why it's so much lower when really we've only increased our consumption of Unity by 1. No currently active disease. Health is good. These are all at maximum. Household applications isn't 5, which is what it was getting +5. Did I really spend that much extra? I suppose I turned that on as well. No, we only added 2.5. Everything else was already set to this. Do that because we do need to get some Unity back. We're going to need Unity full for when we move everything. Okay. So, trains dropping off materials are likely going to be 8 long. We don't need them necessarily waiting here as a full length, but we do need to have enough space for them to be off the main line. Wonder if it's going to be over here. That's all the carriages. So it's fine on that side. Back to carriages, or back to... Is carriages the right word? Yeah. Back to carriages, 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 train, train. This needs to be a little bit longer. Because when it stops, the first, or these are going to be all the cargo carriages. So the back end is going to be here. It should be just out of the way, but let's give it an additional couple of pips. Okay, so that's the length we need for the drop-offs. In theory, it's going to be mostly just drop-offs over here. But we do have one here that's going to be a pickup. Just while we're still eating away at all of this. That there for now, because I do need to undo these changes for this, because actually the salt train, how big is the salt train? We've already built it, haven't we? Yeah, here it is. That's steel, that's concrete, you're fully loaded. This is glass, you're fully loaded. You haven't acquired any more in there since I last saw you. Why not? How is that still full? Which other one did we not put the right direction on? Oh, it's not necessarily that it's the wrong direction, it's that there's a single square of it hasn't been built. And glass has a slightly different output path. There we go. So yeah, salt pickup train is actually that long. The coal one, we should probably make them all the same then. Which is potentially a problem. Oh no, we've got extra space up here that we can shunt the coal one. But yeah, the coal one's going to need to be the same length, so let's cut these, move them over here, so that we can cut this, move it back by 2. The entire lot, so I can at least have them lined up at the same. Just to make judging this easier. Okay. So, we need one of these for steel, copper, glass, concrete, silica, and then eventually we'll also need one for aluminium, gold, and titanium. We can save a little bit of space by flipping and rotating them. And have them in pairs. Or we can do what we've done over the other one and have multiple fork-offs. We have all of this room to put these in. Two, three, there's 4 pairs. How steep a bend is that? That's a yellow bend. If I wanted to do this with a blue bend, where would I need it to be so that they can enter as fast as possible? Figure out where I'm trying to put you. That's one too far. Okay, so there's our limit. They're too close to all of that stuff. Maybe that here so that we can... No, you bastard! Don't you dare! Not in underground pipes. Why? Why does delete the ghosts and everything else? Why can't it just delete ghosts? The number of times I've accidentally knocked out part of an underground pipe. Because of that, it's so annoying. Okay, so... Okay, I know how I want to condense this down a little. Basically how we've done it over here. These ones have an extra gap between them. They don't necessarily need it though. But in order for this to work, then we need this section to not intersect with that section. Okay, flip and rotate. They only overlap at the same point. This does not leave enough room here, so we do need to pull the entire thing slightly rightward. Or more accurately, if I grab... Can I grab that section specifically? Yes. That's still not quite enough room. Because we are going to need to get stuff out of there. That technically is enough room to get stuff out of there because we can connect the mergers directly to it and then bring them up and over. But let's give it just a little bit more space. I'm running out of billable room to play with here. What the devil are you doing? We drew that in a very specific direction. Oh, because these are pointing the wrong way. Okay, we should build it from this point of view. That there and that there. Oh, it had it for a second. think it's trying too many different routes that just don't work. Can't make that, can't make that, can't make that, can't make that. That's why. Okay. Because we made this bit slightly too close. That's better. Is that still going to be long enough, or is it going to be too long? We've got a bit of extra space to play with here. Let's start measuring things back up again. In fact, let me just double check all of this. Okay, we have, right. Sand, keep going. Chicken farms, again, don't have enough food. We have increased food production. They should be getting more food. Bollocks. Again, half as much food as they should have been because we reconnected these the wrong way around. We're not running out of sausages and eggs yet, but still. Okay, these are empty. I can just bandbox delete all of that. And then drag this pipe along here. Okay, that's that and that. Everything else is fine. Let's let everything keep running. Looks like maintenance has sorted itself. Right, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's the length. I grab this section here. Some of that is the wrong direction. I grab this section here. I really wish you hadn't done that. Flip it, rotate it. I connect it directly, that may be enough. I think it may need a couple of extra. I think that's fine. And of course it copied the section up the top as well. Need to fix the direction of these. There we go. Should give it enough room. What about on this end? So you have carriage 2, 3, 4, 5, train 1, train 2. Yeah, front end is about as condensed as we can make it. I was about to bandbox remove all of this. We need to be careful because somewhere there they are. There's pipes that are going to try and be destroyed while I'm doing this. I've really got to stop using this area as a building planner. Is there another flat area that I can use? Ah, yes, there is. There we go. There's absolutely nothing buried underneath here. If we just flip it, then that goes on there. That gives us 8, or 4 rather. So we have steel, copper, glass, concrete, and then we need iron. So not iron, silica, gold, aluminium, titanium. So we need a second one of these. Can we make a second one of these like this? Where is the no stop zone? Here. You all allocated correctly? Yep. Will it fit? It will. It will fit snugly. Not even snugly, it will fit with plenty of spare room. So we have our plan. We only need some of these for the time being. And we still need to deal with this in the short term. Oh, good. Then you can stop digging. We will send all 3 of you down to here. You should be able to make do with 5 trucks. Right, because you can't get to here at the minute. Let's reclaim you. And these. Do we need to add an extra one here? Probably not. Let's set it out on some other digging task. Could send one over to here to continue flattening out more of this area. There's uranium stores. Still not empty. Oh, I suppose it's not going to go down until we're out of spent fuel. Or at least it's going to go down minimally until we're out of spent fuel. I'm not going to unallocate the diggers that are over here. But we can now tell them that... Actually, no, we didn't want them to dig because we're trying to fill that up with what's in here. We're about halfway through our spent fuel. I That's all fine. This area's all been flattened. Where can I send this digger that it's actually going to be of use? You know what? I'm seeing a rocket launch site here. Because otherwise I've got to cut down this entire mountain here to start making space, extra space here for... Actually no, or maybe up here. Maybe a rocket launch site goes up here. Now our options. Ah, I did reverse the flow of that. Yes, yes. And how the hell has this not managed to empty at all? I suppose these two must be taking priority. And then how is this still full? Because we're just not using the steel. Okay, fair enough. Distractions, yes. Okay, you can have a digger and a truck. Which part of this do I prefer you work on? I prefer you work on that section there specifically. This bit here. We can worry about this bit later. Okay, that's backed up again, so let's unpause that, allow that to flow again. This is backed up, so we do need that running faster. Why is it 6? Where did the extra 4 come from? Or more accurately, where did the extra 4 go? That's health, we have a disease in a minute. Either way, it's maxed again. Let's tick that up. That will probably use all of this. I'll start digging into that again. So we'll do that to balance it out. While it's maxed. How do we deal with this bit? Basically, the overall plan is that it may not be here, but we're going to bring off the main line. The main line will keep coming along here and curve down to there. But we're going to loop off and up to connect to our stations, and then back around, and then one line to go back across that way and another line to go down in case we need it. So a train can keep going this way if it wants to. And basically it's just going to be a bypass, well, not a bypass, but an offshoot. So let's configure these. Most of these are going to be unit storage. I'll do all lower ones first. Yeah, let's do the lower ones, then the upper ones. Silica, gold, aluminium, titanium, they're all going to be flat. They're all units. Unload, limit 1. No, because we have 2 trains, one can sit at the other station, then it can come over to here when it's done. So we just need to do this for all of them. This one's copper. Get our 2 core resources. Unload 1 train. This one can be concrete. And then this one is glass. This can be silica. I keep calling it silica, it's silicone. It's just, I'm used to seeing, it's like, this looks more like silica, because silica is a, or silicone, you normally expect to be like a sheet of silicon. Whereas silica, I'm more familiar with it in like little pellet form. But that may just be because I'm used to seeing a processed form of it. And then this one can be gold, which we do actually have. And then aluminium, titanium. You know I could. Let's... If we nibble off that bit there. Let's just check that this is all... Yeah, that's fine. I actually don't mind if the train stops there. That's not a problem. This all looks like a mess, but hopefully it works. It should do. No train is going to want to come from here to here. So where do we put this specifically? I'm probably going to tear that down and move it slightly, one way or the other. I want to have large unit storage. Actually, yeah, let's pre-prep that. We're going to have another set of large unit storages. Just giant buffers is what these are. I might actually make these the... Yeah, Because this is buffers for the actual construction zone. These ones, yes. Steel. Copper. Concrete. Glass. Now I'm making... This is making me want to change my mind as to where I've put these. I thought I cut those, but never mind. And then silica. Silicone. Oh, gold is used in wafer production. Albeit not much of it though. Whereas we will go through glass and silicon fairly quickly. Screw it. Gold. I'm missing one. No, I've built one too many is what I've done. This one is gold. Okay. That doesn't. Oh, it doesn't. Not quite. It's almost perfectly spaced. How many extra? It is 4. So I can't space these out anymore. Let's... just do that. And let's bring the entire arrangement down slightly. No, judging by that there. There we go. Do these not cost maintenance? They do. Why doesn't it show that in here? I mean, that's supreme overkill. We do not need that. But that would allow this to output at its maximum into here. We'll go from this one. I swear for a second it looked like it had put a... You can go... Sometimes this thing is really annoying. It can make it clean the way over. Okay. If at first you don't succeed, just trick it into doing what you want it to do. It will eventually do it. Okay, there might be a trick to this that I just figured out. If you stop halfway across, it will figure the rest out itself. Even if the stanchion is shorter than it's able to be. Are they not configured right? They mustn't be. Clip, clip. That's all fine. These actually don't have allocations, but we may as well. Allocate them like that. Okay. Part of me wants to... I know it won't let me, but part of me wants to be able to... it wouldn't work anyway. Just copy and paste just the belts. Actually, why did I go all the way over to that one there? These will have to cross over each other if we do it this way. Which is fine, given the fact that yeah, that still works. Which is fine given the fact that this is height 3, so we can go to 4 and 5 anyway. Huh? You don't need to do that. Did any of you do that? None of you did that. Why are you doing that? Why are you trying to bridge something when you're already height of 3 and therefore perfectly capable of going straight over the top of it? Like that. Strange behaviour. We connect these up. This one becomes aluminium, it goes into here. Titanium will bring around that side. But we can bring both around this side. Nah, we'll bring it up to 4 and over this way. So let's use this one up to 4 into there. Can it make this angle? Is it too steep? Okay, we can do that. Good. Which means titanium coming from this side. Can do that. Okay, that's the station on the other side. We still need to add or figure out where we're going to put and there's copy, yeah. Where we're going to put a replacement for this station. Excuse me. I think... one sec. Frog in my face. I think where this ends up being placed is going to pretty much be entirely determined by where these angles make it end up being. Probably going to be somewhere around about here. Now the iron mine. I think I have to put that over the top end of this. Which ones are out? Okay, so we've gone through all the coal again. I am still surprised how quickly we're going through the coal. We shouldn't be using... Just get all that. There's coal there. We shouldn't be using as much anymore, given that we're not using it for power. It's still being used as steam, but it's overflow after this. None of this a problem. Yet. What's the other one that's run out of allocation? Probably, I was going to say probably the copper mine, but no, it's this. Okay, just so that we can get this thing to stop complaining. Can you re-flatten that? So that it doesn't need to be whining at me. just this tiny little bit here that fell on top of it. It's complaining about. I think that's the last of the limestone in this area here, yeah. So after that, we can finish off the wall. And that means that once we've got through all of this, we can then start digging down here. Sand is fine. Keep coming through to check on this, even though there's really no reason to. It's still running. If it had stopped, we would know. There'd be all kinds of warnings. Have we actually reduced our coal consumption? It is steadily going down. Yeah, there's a reasonable drop here. Yeah, that one does want to be paused. Not running out of steam, are we? No. We're just not using much in a minute. Which is a good thing, I suppose. Okay. We have the stations prepped. Checklisting. We have the stations prepped. That's finally empty. This is one of the few things we're still using coal for. Oh, and the glass we're making up here, because we don't have the glass train station yet. That's also using a bunch of coal. Concrete isn't using any, I don't think. Coal comes in along here. And it's going over to... Ah, yeah, we need some for the silicone. Which is now backed up. Good. Good to have too much of a thing. That's catching up again. Right. Checklist. We have iron trains. We should have 2 of these. Or steel trains. We have 2 steel trains. We have 2 copper trains. We have a train already built and ready for concrete. We have a train built and ready for salt. Kind of wish I could reorder this. We have one ready for glass, we have one ready for coal. None of these have their secondary stations. We have 2 trains on copper. So, steel, copper, concrete, glass, silicon. Those are the only ones that are currently up and running that we are looking to tear down. Most of that's been torn down. Copper and steel is basically already moved. We need to get this salt and the coal trains replaced. So the thing that we're missing at the minute, we have this bit ready, we just need to tear it down and replace it, which may mean cutting down a couple of pipes as well. It's this section here. We need to figure out what we're going to do with this section here. Do I have any reason whatsoever to take sand or coal rightwards from here? This way. And why are you missing that? Probably going to have to move this. Gonna want to put a bridge in. Sand trains are currently 8 long. Coal train, we actually don't need it to be that long. We're not going to be using much coal. We've moved over to arc furnaces. Did we make a coal train? We have made a coal train. Right, so I need to be able to get bigger diggers here, here, all of this area here. Diggers can get around through here. I might cancel your digging of that to get you to dig this bit here specifically. So long as we do it before we upgrade the diggers to the bigger ones, the sand, then it shouldn't matter. So the train line's going to need to come in here. I think we reuse this bit. We can get rid of that bit. We bring it along here, we loop it around and out. The sand one we could almost use as is the fact that we also need to get a coal one in here as well. Let me just copy the entire setup. Because this is the space that we're working in. That is an interesting thing you've done there, game. Let's try that again, but okay. Copying. My mouse is over here on the left-hand screen. Copying and pasting needs some work, devs. Because I'm very sure if I come all the way over to the left-hand side, look, you've copied the same thing again. I've got a duplicate of it here. I have no idea how that's happened, but never mind. Try again. Copy this section. Come over here. You're not trying to float that. You are trying to float that. Bring you down to ground level. Okay, plonk that down there. So this is the area we're working with. We can't really remove these. This can get moved to say here. Rid of those. Get rid of that. No, it's under here. Get the right one. There it is. Yeah, no, that's overkill. Oh, good. Reverse the flow of some of these materials that we don't need here anymore. I think, yeah, it's all one bit, so that's all going to go back over to here where it needs to be. So then I'll empty out those materials. It'll also empty out this eventually. You are just shy of having enough for one more run. Not much I can do about that. Have we forgotten to... Nope, that's going the right way. Primary, oh right, we've forgotten to flip that bit. Take everything off of this and then take it off of that. Out of there. Okay. Some extra pipes here we forgot to take down. Clear them out the way. Bastard. Okay. Okay, that'll drain that out steadily. Back over to here. Oh, no, 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 no. Go about doing your business. Don't allocate vehicles to ghost buildings. Okay. No need to keep this here. And we don't necessarily have to have this be a straight line. Definitely don't need this bit. Bush, you're in the way. I'm going to need to have to ask you to go. See, I thought you were hiding something. Not that selecting that bit specifically is going to be easy. Come on. Where is it? It's probably... No, that bit was attached to that. There we go. Right. I did delete the station, but let me just grab this one because it's the right size. We need 2 of these. 1 for sand. 1 for coal. That's fine because trains are going to be leaving here. Probably going to be less fine. Can we actually connect that to there? No. Be too sharp a bend or too big a bend. That looks like enough space for me. A little hard to judge. It's enough 6 carriages. We can even bring it this way a little bit. Oh, damn it. I accidentally cut that. I may copy it. Right, now, can you do that? Ah, god damn you. Can you do that, but without... wait until you get all the way over there to do it. Thank you. And similarly, I think just for aesthetic sensibilities... That all look good? There's more space on the exit side than they need, but that does the job. I'd like to move them over a bit. I say that much. That is going to cause a problem on this bit. No, there's no way I'm going to be able to do that. I was wondering whether or not I could shift this lot so that these would be straighter, but these are already as sharp a turns as we can get. So there's no way that works if we want to have this here. Okay. No, let's have this one on this side. We have a little space here that we can do stuff with. I mean, really, we could also put a level crossing here and allow them to dig out the sand from underneath this bit, but I don't think we will. Not sure what we're going to do when we get to the point where we've got or dug out the rest of the sand in the area that this is being dropped on top of. Oh, right. That's why he was struggling to connect properly. And I did that wrong on the other side. It's an extra 400 storage over the... Yeah, that's enough to fully load a train and have backup on it. They're both set to load. Yep, it's fine. And just for the sensibilities of it. Is it actually possible to get level crossing across here? Or is the gap wrong? Oh, it's single size, so yeah, this will work. Ah, damn it. No, it worked. There's room there. Isn't there? No, it might be tight. It might be really, really tight. Damn it, yeah, it's just slightly off. But that's easily fixed. Cut some of that. Bring that over to there. And now we can dig out the inside of this if we really wanted to. We won't do that at the minute, but at least we now have the allocation that if we really want to get that little bit of extra sand from inside here, prior to us tearing everything down and having to move it, we can do. Coal is on this side, sand is on this side. I think I'm going to flip that around. This is coal. This is sand, I think. Yeah, coal's going all the way up. Okay, which one is A? These run at just slightly over 100 or 200. We'll merge them into a single belt and then take them under. We don't need a big one. The ore sorting plants don't produce enough to require us to have 4 lines going underneath, so we won't. We'll just do the 3 or the 2. Okay. Okay, sand and coal reconnected. Rock, dirt. Okay, so that's the replacement for the coal and... I think we have all of the replacements now, coal and sand. I'll have to do a little bit of cutting and pasting. Yeah, that works on all of that. May need to give you another truck. Yeah, given how far you need to go now. Okay, is this section cleared out? It is. We're just waiting on... Yeah. It's already coming out of that. I think all of this is going mostly to glass. Yes. Priority input here, so it should just be consuming from that. You're still getting fuel. Okay, we are very, very close to being ready. I think we... Oh no, there is one other thing we still need to do. We got slightly distracted by the fact we needed to do this bit. We needed to... What's that hole doing there? Is that a hole? That's a hole. That hole might need flattening. Or filling in. We'll see. Yeah, there's one more thing we'll do, I need to do, and then we'll take a break. We need to have a train station or just just build the entire thing. That way round. Iron ore. Yeah, not what I was trying to do, but that'll work. These are both light bends, aren't they? If I give me that bend there, the bend. Let me have the bend. It's the only thing I want. Isn't quite right. That'll do. Okay, good. They are all connected. This monstrosity still fits. Yep, plenty of room up there for it. Probably going to nudge it a little bit further northward. We're going to need another level crossing on the left-hand side. Not on this. I'm pointing with my finger on the very left-hand side of the screen we're looking at the minute, where all of the current junctions are. We need another level crossing over there. And then we'll need to take that pipe underground or under a bridge, that water pipe, so that we can get mega diggers to the iron mine. Yeah, okay. So we have the thing we need to replace this section with done. We have the thing we need to replace these with done. These are going to be a little bit more fiddly. We'll have to pause the game once we've got this deconstructed and figure out where all of that's going to go. We have the replacement for this section here done. All of the trains are ready. The actual physical trains. Most of them are just parked over here, waiting to run. And then once all of that's done, we can connect up the containers into the production facilities. And then we can start thinking about replacing all the construction facilities, because that is the next task. I want to rip down this entire heart section here. I want to keep this as the only main road through. I want to tear all this stuff down. I want to make some of these large containers. I'm going to run those containers just straight the way down here, so that that's the only path there is. And while we're doing that, we need to set up somewhere that we are temporarily making maintenance. I don't mind so much if we have to allow these goods to stop running, or the vehicle production, or the science production. Science is paused at a minute anyway. But yeah, we'll set up somewhere temporary to run the maintenance. Problem for later, I'll start figuring that out, but that's the general plan. Anyway, we've reached our break time, so we will take our break. Easy to get into, not so much. I'm enjoying it, but I also like Factorio and Satisfactory, and it's kind of what you get if you smash Anno with those two games. The resources are actual physical resources in the ground that you have to dig out. And that can cause landslides, so if you're building anywhere nearby, you need to make sure to protect your structures. Your population over here, if you have it set to the standard well, it's not, I don't think it's enabled by default. But you need to keep them fed. That's what all of this is for. This is all keeping all of this population fed. So yeah, it's not easy, unless you have an interest in Factorio and that kind of game. Then I don't know whether or not I can recommend this to you, because it does require something of an engineering mindset. But yeah, anyway, I am past my break time, so I'll go get something to eat and something to drink. I'll be back in about 15 to 20 minutes. I'll leave the game unpaused, although no, we are still actually. Are those resources being built? They're not. We forgot to unpause them. We shouldn't need those resources, but we may as well get them maxed out. Follow the tutorial. On this left-hand side, you're going to have a whole bunch of goals. Follow the goals. Use pause liberally while you're getting started. But if you're going to start with this game specifically, then just don't enable some of the realism difficult settings. This game is actually fairly friendly in that you can set the difficulty fairly granularly. I have it set to a fairly more significantly harder one, where obviously starvation effect is my population will die rather than a reduction in the workforce. And if anything runs out of fuel or runs out of water or runs out of maintenance, they just stop working entirely. What would be a more approachable game than this one? Is there a more approachable game in this genre? That's a reasonable question. I don't know. Yes, anyway, break time. I'll be back in about 15 to 20 minutes, so I'll see you in a bit. Okay, I'm back. Push buttons, check, make sure thingy's working. Good. We have a lot of trucks trying to get to somewhere they can't get to. What are they trying to do? Interesting. Why are they trying to get to there? You've changed your mind. You're trying to get over here now. Okay. No, that's not helpful. I probably could allow them to get to that. I imagine... Well, we're about to dump a whole lot of stuff into here. Yeah. There's stuff in here that they want to get rid of. Okay. It's going to take an age for all of this coal to get consumed. Trucks are allowed to deliver coal to here. That's already empty. That isn't empty yet. I think we just need to send it. So first things first, trains, I need you to go back to be scrapped. Every last one of you. You can figure out how you get in there. You don't need to worry about that just yet, and you should then start digging up that bit. Although that's a good point. That should be fine. In fact, I think we should be able to get away with that, but I'll leave that for now. This is also going to dump a whole bunch of resources in there. Oh yeah, and I need to move that one as well. I mean, technically it's okay where it is, but... Are we going to end up with too many hopper wagons? We might do. Don't know what I can do about yeeting these products out of here. Four on them. And then an extra 3. Okay. No, we, yeah, we do need to at least build something from all of this. Now, why haven't you been loading that? Let's send you on a merry little journey. Might need another coal train, or sorry, concrete train. We are going through a fair amount of glass at the minute. Compared to concrete, not really. Yeah, let's duplicate the concrete chain. And while I think about it, let's also set, it shouldn't matter, but we'll set the filter for all of these. We need to do the same on the copper trains, of which there are 2. Here's 1. No, that's not copper. Well, our copper trains. Can I set these in here? No, we do need to actually open them up. Set them in here. I don't suppose I can... Nope. Copy paste. Okay, now we need the other train on this line. We never set up silicon. It really shouldn't matter, but just in case, I can see a situation where something might happen that would cause this to break. Okay, silicon, coal, glass, salt, concrete, steel. Iron is our first proper long one. Limestone. Nope, I selected the wrong one. This one's limestone. Okay, copper plates is done. Sand, just a few more left. Acid, which is parked here. Hydrogen. Okay. And that's for being crushed. There will be being replaced. Ah, none of these are flatbeds. What's it going to do when we end up with too many flatbed in storage? Or too many buckets? Hopper wagons. Is it going to convert the rest of them into materials? Because this is going to be too much. It may just automatically recycle them. No, it looks like it voided them. I don't think that number went up. But still, we have some extra things in storage here, which will be helpful later. Okay, so that's all of the trains. Right. Is that not connected properly? No, that's just because this can't keep going that way. Just gonna have to avoid some of this stuff. Right. For the time being, that can be served from... served by trucks, is what I was trying to say. That isn't full at the minute. Knock out all of those. Salt is almost certainly in a location that we can't keep it. This has resources up here for a time at least. Oh, we still have this here. There is less limestone and sand in there than I was expecting to see. Or is that just because nobody's picked it up from here yet? It might be that they've not extracted it from up there. Okay. And that we need to get rid of the exclusive zone that's here. We need to fix the direction of all of this. And immediately rebuild that, otherwise we're going to have an issue with one of our trains. Okay, that looks good. Right. Which one of you is salt? This one is salt. needs to go there. Oops, I've clicked out the window. What did I accidentally click? Is the only thing I've got? I clicked something in OBS while trying to line that up. Okay, so it needs to go there. As expected, we do need to bring this back. Might as well bring it all the way back to here. Same with this pipe. Let's bring this pipe all the way back to here. Let me copy it because apparently that wasn't what was in the buffer. Just need the trucks to get the last bit. Instead of grab that bit. They're getting the pipe first. Oh no, I got the salt. Right, that goes there. No need for the salt to be making such a weird crap anymore. Let's bring it back to here. Pipe 4. Bring this along here. Yeah, we can connect that up to there if we need to. There we go. Reconnects the chlorine pipe. Okay. Let's increase the size of that storage. Get this constructed. Do that so that we can recover the salt that's going to end up in here. That is salt pickup. Right. Salt supply. Schedule. Add stop. Salt pickup. You go before the drop. And you will wait until you are full of all provided products. Add stop. You come to the drop, you come around here, you refuel here, you continue on your way. Only one train. Yep, there's only enough room for one train. Okay. The salt train might currently be paused. Yes. Unpause the salt train. Keep forgetting that I have actually bound some keys to allow me to speed around faster. Alright, we're not making or using as much desalinated water anymore, are we? Because the power station isn't using it. Will you keep up? Oh no, we do actually need to keep this. Actually, we have the space that we could just put a second one down now. We don't need to overclock it. That's a steam pipe. What's the input for this? Okay, that still needs to be one of these. That was not what I was trying to tell you to do. Silly thing. I want you to connect from down there to up there. Thank you. And also take this into here. Yep, the rest of that is fine. And then this needs to come around and into there. There we go, that'll do for that bit. Yep, salt train is on its way. Salt has been loaded into here. Have we emptied out all of the salt from here? Yep. That still doesn't seem like enough salt versus how much should have got delivered into here. I'm guessing it voided anything that was in it, or in the hopper wagons. So that just means that we don't need to worry about that. We'll still allow vehicles to pick up and drop into it. In fact, let's leave enough room for... That's 40. Yeah. Good, that's out the way. Okay, so this bit is done. This bit next. Slight problem with the stanchion there, but that's fixable. We actually don't need to have this quite so far apart. We can pull it closer and do that. But that then does put the entire thing in the way. So let's have it. Yeah, if we've got to do that way anyway, then we may as well do that. Suppose you can make it all the way across, can you? That'd be a little cheeky. You can. Outstanding. I'll take that. Okay. Oh. Ah, this is a drop location, not a pickup location. We can still add it to the schedule. Empty of all products. Empty of all products. Technically that comes before that. Do it that way round. Nope, that's fine. I need to pause that train. Deliveries refuel. Halt. Slow your roll. Absolutely no point you trying to make your way over there now. That was the coal train that I paused, right? Yes, yes it was. Supplies over here. We are out of sand. We are out of sand. We are reducing the amount of glass we're making. Okay. Time for some actual destruction. That hydrogen line going over to there can also be cut. All of this can go. Oh, I forgot about this. This can go. That. All of that can go. Oh, there's a thing. Paper takes limestone. That's fine. Just gonna have to be delivered by trucks. There's not really any other way that I can do that. Okay. Didn't actually quite want to get rid of this bit or this bit yet, because it still has resources on it. There's a whole bunch of stuff under this bridge that we haven't taken down yet. Yep, we don't need that. I want to get rid of that bit. Don't need that. Don't need that. It's a good job vehicles can clip through each other, otherwise bridges would not be big enough. Making this stuff is going to be a little bit of a problem that we're going to have to fix or figure out at a later date. Okay, this is where our coal comes in. It's forked off here. I see no reason not to reconnect that back up, just as it is. I mean, having two stations here for what this is serving is probably unnecessary. And while I remember, stop when I want to leave once the station is full. All of any of the provided products, all providing products, any provided ones, all the product. I think I just have to use time passed. Once the station is full, leave. Is that even possible to do? No, I think I'm just going to have to do a second train. I think that's the only way this works properly. We'll just have to have a second line, one that supplies here and one that supplies the foundry. So let's rename this. Foundry supply, and then get rid of that. And then create a new line. Using basically the same settings. That is going to cause an issue with refueling. Is there a way that I can get it to do this? Yes, there is. Not the one we want. Get rid of that one. What we do is we create a group which includes this. It does mean it's going to go a long way to refuel. But we wait here until... I mean, what I could really use is an inactive, or inactive for like 1 second. I can get the stations to only request the train when they are empty. Okay, only request if all modules are empty. What about this one? Request if any modules are empty. We have a significant, or we're going to have a significant enough buffer anyway. Not that we're currently using coal here. I'm not sure how this managed to get so full. I'll have trucks to import to those. Again. That train will supply directly. It's only really being used over here to make glass, isn't it? There's a silica. No, it's only being used to make silica. Silicone. Silicone, whatever it is. So yeah. Request if any module is empty. 2 trains can get over there, that's fine. Only go there if you need to refuel. Okay. You can always forcibly remove that. Okay. Silicone is well on its way of being out. Concrete, actually, yeah, we're not making or producing anything that's going to make concrete at the minute, so... Right. Did that train ever get made? It did do. I want to remove the train station, but I do need to remove the train line. Okay, train station can go there. We can possibly delete those in a bit when we need to. None of this lot is currently being served. In fact, we need to remove all of that. That. Not that, please. This. We are going to need to remove this section as well. That stays. I don't know about this lot. Maybe a train on the way to this. It can stay there. I'll bring the water pipe underneath a bridge. May end up rerouting this at a later date, but for now, it's fine. Okay, good. So long as you're not blocking the main track, I don't mind. Invalid route. It's not what I wanted to do. Try again. Okay, you did make a start on some of that, but no. Go ahead and do that. Oh. Copper mine needs more allocation. I see copper in that there hill. And all the way along here. I see copper here. Yeah, no, that's fine. Let's get rid of goals, we don't need them. Let's unpin messages. Hide research for the time being. Okay. This just isn't going to find or find its way into storage. Going to take too long, so let's quick clear that. Same with this, that's just not going to empty. It is empty, we're just waiting. This isn't going to empty itself. Resources for maintenance are still okay. Why are you creating a little bump? What are you trying to get over? Oh, there is the tiniest of bump in the ground there. I need to borrow, where are you? You have a truck I can borrow. Okay, we're out of glass. And we're not currently going to be using any concrete anyway, but let's just rip the entire concrete thing out. Be delivered manually to there anyway. Silica's made it to there. We only need that digger there for the smallest amount of time. What was that pipe connected to, I wonder? There we go. Digger's job is done. We already got the building. Allocate those. Connect that to there. Good, we lined it up correctly. Wait, no, why? Why? There's nothing there anymore, it's flat. It's just a bush. You can build through a bush. Stupid thing. Okay, that's correct. Get that out of the way for me, please. This is unnecessary to do that, but never mind. We do need to do it at some point in some way anyway, shape or form anyway. Reconnect this pipe. Okay, copy that. Put that there. Double check this. Should be in line with this. Yep. Build that immediately. I probably shouldn't have reconnected this up yet. Okay, good. They've cleared out this area. Beautiful. BEA beautiful. And yeah, I don't mind this being built as well. Okay. Sand. Retarget to that one. That's not sand pickup T, this is just sand pickup. Did I not rename this one? We didn't even. Okay, coal, add stop, coal pickup. You go first. One train. You wait here until you are full. And then you go to whichever one of these requests you first. And hopefully there's enough buffer that we don't need to worry about having 2 trains. Although, so long as we have one at the destination and one at the supply, then it shouldn't be a problem. What was I looking at this for? Sand supply, pickup drop, all of all provided. Okay, so that's fine. How are we looking over here? It's not over here that I need to worry about. These trains are ready to go and full. Where's the other steel train? It may actually just be on the way. Yeah, that's okay. It's on its way. The thing we need to worry about is that we may run out of silica. I'm going to pause that line there. And that line there. This does mean that we are going to run out of washing machines. Okay. Yeah, we're going to need to move those. I don't necessarily want to have it here specifically, but that kind of does work best for it. We're going to need to move the entire... that could be a problem. No, we are going to have to shunt this over to the right. I don't think we can get this to work without doing that. Because we still have to get a slow curve connection into here. And that's a fairly... And yeah, we need a way to, or a bridge across, so... I'm looking at like something like that. Okay, now we can still get this to work. I don't know whether we can get it to work to here. But regardless, we are going to need to disassemble all of this. I'd rather not waste that hydrogen there. Let's bring this pipe back to the railway line. And once they finish the line, then I don't think there's any trains on the way currently. Yeah, let's just get rid of this. Oh yeah, we don't have a place to store that. We are indeed going to need a temporary place to store it. Let's trim you all the way back to here. Trains are complaining, which is entirely unsurprising. For now, let's drop that there. You have gravel. Yes, we're going to need a bunch of this anyway. You need gravel for train line. Okay. Station is now out. Steel one's still fine. How are we doing for how many rails we have? We should have plenty. Yeah, we have 700. That'll last us. 1 second, I need to close the curtains. The sun, it blinds. Okay. Okay, it's fine. The main thing I'm worried about is running out of maintenance while we're doing this. I don't mind if the population are, or if we run out of any of this stuff, because we've torn down so much stuff that we just have a massive amount in storage now. We are entirely unconcerned about that. Good, good. Do I tear down this and move it as well? No, it's fine. It's not in the way there. What I might do, though, is get a digger to trim up some of this bit. Flatten this bit out a bit more, because then I can move the some of the buildings we need over here. Oh my, he was quick on that. Although, ooh, that's not good. How have you managed that? What did we get wrong? Oh! Bollocks! I know what's wrong. So, we took a copy of this entire setup and moved it somewhere else so that we could modify it. We modified the settings of this building, but copying the copy of that back on top of here hasn't changed the settings. So things are not on the belts they're supposed to be on. This one should be fine. I don't believe we messed with this. Ah, no, it's wrong as well. We need sand on that one, then coal on that one. And that is correct. Coal's on this side. And then on this one, this becomes coal. This becomes sand. That goes into stone. And that goes into dirt. The only way to fix that is to get them to remove it from the belt. And you should not be coal loose storage. It should be sand. That I think was my mistake. I think I copied that from... Oh no, this one's fine. No, this one wants to be coal. They're backwards. Ah, right, yeah. That would have been nice, but yeah, that's not going to happen. I can make that something it can do, though. It just means we have to use more belts. Okay, yeah, no, we will do that. We cut this back to here. Temporarily remove both of those. Get rid of that. Let's quick get rid of that. So that we can fix this fast. I was considering doing it this way anyway. It seems this is the better way of doing it. Let's do it that way. That still has sand on the belts. We're doing... Okay, we've run out of copper there. So we are getting to the point where we're about to have problems. Why have you not... How is that full of gravel? Where the hell did you get all that gravel from? I suppose there was higher priority elsewhere. I imagine it got it from here. Yep. Let's make that priority 2. There's so much stuff in there that we need to now unload. This is in the way. Just go boom. And that being the case, we don't need that actually. Come on. Oh, yep. Get rid of it. There we go. Okay. Now. If we put you there, can we connect you to here? No. Not without a sharper turn. I'm okay with you doing that, so long as you do it the other way around. Actually, no, that's not how this works. If a train needs to go into there, it can come in from here. Oh, you had it a second ago. Try again. Yeah, allow me to... There we go. That's the way out. Almost. There we go. That goes there. So that can go to there. So that can go to there. Come on. I don't know why that decided that it wanted to be that way around, but never mind. I was worried that might be the case using that angle. They were very much like... Because they're going to take a while to get up to speed anyway. So that would be better. Although we just placed it in entirely the wrong location. Let's try again. goes there. So that can go there. And then I need you, however you like, connecting to there. Can you not do that with 2 yellows? I think I'm just going to have to move the entire thing upwards. That's fine, we still have the space to do that. And we can actually get rid of some of this wall if we need to. Do I really need this to be central? No, I do not. In fact, I can't make it properly central because this is a gap of 5 in the middle. So let's not worry too much about it. You know, that's probably fine, because they're going to need to slow down for the station anyway. Is that in line? That is in fact in line and correct. You see, you can do it. That's what I wanted. So we can actually shove this way a little bit. There is a problem. There is a solution to the problem. If we move the entire thing to the right slightly, then... Now we do have a problem that we're not going to be able to get around the back of this. Although if we move it to the right, then a gap opens up along this area. That's how much we can and need to move it. That is not the entire thing. There. Yeah, I'm not worried about a collapse in this wall with regards to this bit here. And if we flatten that area there, that's plenty of room for anything to get around the back. There's no path on this side for things to get around, but we're going to be able to get trucks to over here. All of this is units, so we're not going to need to have the height any higher than 2 or have any kind of bridge. So as long as we just, as long as the height is 2 or higher, then the trucks that carry unit stuff will be able to get to those, no problem. Tricky bit now is how we're going to do this bit. The ore sorting. I just realized I lined this up with the wrong part. Now that said, I don't think... Yeah, no, if we want to have this curve here like this... Nah, I want it to have a little bit more room. Yeah, it does need to connect to there. I don't mind if you have a slightly sharper bend at the end. Can we get a little bit more corner out of this? Just to give me a little bit more space here. Because there's not really anything I can do with this. Oh, but this area here. Thinking. I don't think there's a better way of doing this. Yeah, we need this bit of the wall in place. That's fairly deep, so we can't really raise that up any. We can definitely flatten this bit out. Probably put the fuel station there. Is that gonna... No, that shouldn't cut enough out to then disturb this bit here. Okay, so we need to replace the ore sorting plants. In fact, no, I'm being an idiot. There's nothing stopping me from putting the ore sorting plant over there. The only thing that really wants to be over here is the refueling station. And that we can just pipe directly into the hydrogen line. We don't need it to be delivered to. So we don't need the hydrogen tank here either. So trucks, hydrogen fuel station. It's basically right next to the train track. Let's put it there. Actually, no, let's take it all the way up to 5 and we'll connect it from this side. Oh, we do have to route this over to the other side. Don't want to use big ones. Or the waste products. Trucks are going to have to come a little bit out of the way to collect the stone rubble from this, but there's not really much I can do about that. Because otherwise I've got to have all of this stuff over here somehow. In a way that doesn't block. I'm probably going to want excavators over there at some point. How would we route them into there? Into here. That line's basically going to get removed at some point in the future. Yeah. It was a thought. Worth a try. I mean, having that big of a store over here is probably not necessary, given that we have that big of a store over here. This is being fed back into it. Yeah, given how much iron is over here, then we should have a big store over here as well. So, do we squeeze this here? Meaning that we'll need at least one bridge somewhere over here to pass the vehicles over and the ore underneath. I'm not sure how close the diggers need to be able to get to this to be able to drop into it. Also, what am I going to do about gravel in the long term? We're actually not making it anymore. We took down the thing that was making it because we was making it over here out of the stone from this lot. I think we move it over to here somewhere. So long as we're just importing and outputting from a loose storage. Recyclables. No, it's not recycling, it's smelting crusher. Can I go like that? I can. Which means I can go like that. Actually, no, that's too high, so that. Crush rocks to make gravel. Import rocks. You have access to gravel. No, we don't need that. Since we're making a nice large storage, then can I condense this any? That works shockingly well. Almost as if they intended that. There we go. Now where to drop this? I'm all for having it down here somewhere, because it shouldn't matter in this area. I think we need it all the way down here. That's a bit too far out the way. Oh, I forgot about that station there. We do need to actually sort this out, but this is all kind of stuff that just works anyway. You know what? I'm liking this position in here. Because this will prevent them from getting around here or using this as a pass-through. You can stay on the road. Okay. Okay, yeah, fine. This can go here. Iron, rock, dirt. Dirt, rock, iron and iron. Yes. We routed dirt into this one. And rock into this one. In fact, we can just keep these empty. Tell them to keep it empty. This is one of the iron things, so we probably want this to have a higher priority than construction to be kept empty. Okay, yes, we can still trick you to do it. Let's pause you there. I can get you up to 1 here. Am I going to be able to get you up to 4 over the top of the Nope. You will need to go beside it one way or another. Oh, you can't do that anyway. Let's take you from here then. Actually, no, these need to go underneath some sort of bridge or something. There will do for it, I think. Push all the wrong buttons. Is that going to be... He wants to be that way around. I mean, that is an option. We can always feed it under from the top. Or go up, top, down, under, but I prefer doing it this way because it makes more sense. Just mindful of the size of the bigger diggers. I'm not sure the dump trucks can get through there. How big a gap do they actually need to be able to navigate? I need one. Show me your navigation mesh. So it thinks that's a valid path. Okay, so it needs a gap of 3 away from an edge in order to be able to consider it a valid path. So at the minute, it doesn't even think it can get up here. It considers that valid. It doesn't consider this valid. Is that just because... There we go. Okay, we can adjust for that. But a dump truck should still be able to get up to here to dump into that. I assume, at least. So... No, that's not going to be valid. It might consider that valid. Yeah, once it's built, it will consider that valid. Is there a better way that I can do this? Let's fix this bit first while we can see that it's a problem. It's an easy enough fix. Basically just cut off the corner. And then this along here to there. I'm tempted to do this the slightly derpy way just because I know it will work better. In fact, we can make it slightly less derpy. Okay, so that goes there. Are we actually going to be able to get that over the top of it? Yes, but we're going to need to do that. Ooh, I don't think there's any way we... Yeah. I don't think there's any way I can trick it into doing that. Nope. So we do need to go across here. Now we need to be slightly careful not to accidentally block the path. Can you do it this way, please? Okay, that shouldn't block the path. That's 5 to 4. Don't connect to there, please. Yep. There we go. Gonna be a bit expensive for the belt, though. Relatively speaking. Okay, you export to there. You are allowed to accept everything. Fuel station's already here. Don't need this. That's allocated to be filled in. Yep, you're going to be able to navigate your way up there, which means all of the mega vehicles will. Right. Right. We need resources over here. Sharpish. You've been delivering coal. Something is wrong there. That's still not got the whole thing. Did we get it? Good. That's all good. That's all good. That's all good. That's all good. Salt is here. That's still connected. I don't need this anymore. Coal is here. Need to get rid of the coal we currently have in here first, though. We have way too much of it. Although they're going to deliver the coal up to here, and then that'll get shipped down to there. So, no, let's actually connect this belt up. No reason not to. Fingers in the wrong place. Let's try again. Here. To here. Into there. Okay, we add the coal supply to here. And yep, we've already established that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. That can be replaced at some point in the future. It doesn't need to be replaced now. This is fine. We need... focus on the stuff we need to get, make sure we're not running out of maintenance. Circuit boards, do they need glass? They do. We need copper without it in a minute, glass without it in a minute, silicon without it in a minute. We actually shouldn't need the run through. We need all of this. Not too worried about iron at the minute. But we will get this back online. Oh, actually, no, we do need the pass-through. Because we need to bring this one online as well. Just build the mess. Oh, actually, that's convenient. Those were glass. Glass is the other one. Prioritize the buildings we need now. And we can accelerate the construction of some of this. Let's make sure that we can get new trains in and out as well. And we do need to prep this bit, but we don't need it at the minute. It might be... yeah, we do need to be down by one. And then we can get it to connect in. Where do you connect? It will connect to one of these. I know it will. Or maybe it won't. There. From here to there. Nope, you had it. There you go. for when we need that. Okay. Oh, we are running out of time. We've only got 20 minutes left to try and get as much of this up and running as possible. Well, at least the bits that we need to get up and running. We don't need concrete. We're not storing glass down here. That's silica. Just get rid of that, but we'll use this to connect into. So yeah, we only need to go to a height of 2. A height of 3 to cross the train track. Everything else has a path to get around. Diggers and things can go this way round. Diggers and that don't need to get into the middle of here. Just reminding myself of how everything is configured. Okay, standard belt was enough. And this is absolutely temporary one way or another, but... bring it to here, up to 3, over the train line. Oh, you actually can't do it that way. It needs to be like that. That's fine. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh. Is it 3 then 2 per extra height? Is that enough? Okay, it's 3 then 2 for extra height. Duly noted. That needs to be built. Glass. Where was my glass inputs? We removed most of this line. Here. And we're bringing it in here. Again, I don't mind if this is a bit of a mess. One, 2, 3. 1, 2. Oh, let's try it. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. I think that could actually be one closer, but never mind, that'll do. Is that actually going the right way? That is going the right way, good. Copper. Here. This one does need to be a blue belt. Did the glass need to be a blue? No, not yet. Ah, we didn't reconnect the water supply. I forgot about that. Actually, truck, show me your thing. Okay, good. That is just a drivable area. So 1, 2, 3. Is there a better way I can handle that? I don't think so. Could always bring the water to this side. That may actually have been unnecessary for how much we gave it. Yeah, it only needs to be there, and it should still allow the vehicle to turn and go left and right. I'll give it one extra space though. We do need to connect this water up there, do we? I don't know. It might be fine. And this over to here. Up to 5. Water does need to be on the other side of this line. That needs to be built instantly. That needs to be built instantly if it isn't already. Okay, we just need to route the copper. And in a whole lot of unity. Here's the trickier bit. I want the trains to be able to start coming. Be careful not to accidentally select those. Not so worried about the belts.
When the
Okay, we need this gone. We use this to a height of 4. Okay, that will go straight away through there. Good. Okay. Oh, we've missed some. Okay, yes, you can. Try again. Ah, no, it's because we haven't reassigned this. You now go there. And this station doesn't exist anymore. Although it... Oh, right, we haven't rebuilt it yet either. Oh, did we fail to label all of these? We failed to label all of these. Let's label all of these before we get confused. This is copper plate drop, I think. Yep. Plate singular. Steel plate drop. Glass drop. The glass train isn't allocated yet. Concrete drop. Oh, wrong one. Concrete drop. Silicone drop. Gold drop. This one will be aluminium drop. And this will be titanium drop. Eventually. Okay, glass, add stop, here, add stop. Here, collection refuel. I feel like I've done this wrong on something. Deliveries refuel. Deliveries refuel. Okay, that's fine. Collections, deliveries, deliveries, collections, deliveries, deliveries. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. And we're in over nothing. Concrete blocks. Since we're looking at it, we may as well assign it. The building's there, it's just not constructed. Collections. Done, 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 done. Almost done. You wait until you are full. No, this is a drop. You wait until you are empty. Only allowed 1 train. Concrete pickup should be allowing 2 trains. Last pickup also should be allowing 2 trains. Let's fix all of that first. All of these should have enough space for 2 trains to be sitting and waiting, I think. There is a lot of space here for trains. Refueling stations again allowed 2. This one should be allowed 2. Although there's slightly less room on this, but it's still a lot of room for train. 2, 2, 2, 2. 2, 2, 2. 2 and 2. Back to this. Right. Okay, it just hasn't updated. Okay, strange. It says 2, never mind. Yep. We can reallocate. You're coming over to here. Train station hasn't been named. Lion. Pick up. One train. Could probably get 2 there, but I don't think we'll risk it. Blocks too much stuff if it won't fit. Steel is fine. No, it's not. It still thinks the other station exists. Concrete is fine. Salt is fine, we've already updated that. Glass pickup, glass drop. Hopefully that's fine. Oh, right, yeah, I forgot that's how that works. If you've been around all stream and you remember me trying to figure out how to get the train to leave if the station no longer requires any materials, you just don't set a condition on it. If you don't set a condition, a departure condition, then the second the station no longer needs any more materials, it releases the train. Because we had a problem with this somewhere else. We had the opposite problem, that it was, oh, we wanted the train to wait and we hadn't told it to wait. Okay. Silicon drop. needs conditions, and then refuel the collections. You wait at pickup until you are full. You wait at the drop until you are empty. You wait at the drop until you are empty. Okay. We need them to figure out what they're doing. I think this is already reserved the track. Or... is it made? It's built. Yeah, it should be allowed to go. Yeah, waiting for free track. Ah! Come on, game. Figure it out properly. This doesn't think it can get to the glass drop-off. Because that and that are not finished. Okay. You may as well. Finish the task, my pretties. And we are done. Move-in day is done. We don't need any more of our templates. Let's get rid of them. At least it will be done. This isn't empty yet because we're still running predominantly off of... oh, if you are not full, that means you should have been empty. Probably just means that we've not had a truck available to deliver to it. Output is full. Oh no, we've run out of space for you reprocessed uranium. We actually needed to go through some of this stuff to be able to get rid of that. Okay, that's fine. It won't affect anything. Is there any part of this we need to get built rapidly? We are going to need... oh, that's why it still had the train station in it, because we actually never emptied out the steel train station. Our silicon is coming. Good. We didn't get into dire need of silicon. We are in dire need of copper. If we don't get that soon, we are going to... ooh dear. We're going to start having maintenance problems. If the copper doesn't arrive soon. It should be on one of the next trains. Here it comes. Okay, and looking at all of this, we have a nice bit of space on the current right-hand side of the track. That on Thursday we can set up our temporary supplies for maintenance, because we need to basically strip out everything on the left side. We're going to replace all of it, but we do need to be able to keep maintenance production up, so we need to have some temporary buildings in place somewhere to do that, and this space here probably should be enough. Okay, glass is arriving. Look at the copper go. We have some serious throughput available in this system. Will we ever need it? Probably not. But the potential is there. We'll find out on Thursday whether or not we need to get some more trains built sharpish, though. That may be the bigger issue. We don't need that full of gravel anymore. I don't know. Something has claimed the gravel. It might be the bigger one over here that it's trying to import to. No, you are allowed import and export. You're allowed input but no exports. Oh, it may have grabbed all that gravel so that it could fill in this area. Either way, we don't need that anymore. It was not my intention to finish the task almost bang on when we usually end the stream. Okay, copper supplies caught back up. Good, these are coming through. This didn't quite get to the point where it's going to cause any problems. We still have a massive amount of resources in here we now need to dump somewhere. Some of this will just get collected as we use it. Thanks. I like this. This stuff, it works, but we need space to expand. It's coming down on Thursday. And this has plenty of room to expand still. We still got half of this stuff we can enable. And then this over here. This is our foundry. This thing is built to scale. It can go 4 times as big as we got it, in theory. I imagine that I'm not compensating enough for like overflow materials like carbon dioxide, exhaust and things like that. There's probably going to be some piping bottlenecks and that sort of thing over here. But yeah, foundry got moved. That was the task today. It used to exist up here. Now it's a train station. Now, why are you moaning? Aluminium drop. All right. No, these can be turned off. There's currently nothing for these. And how did you end up like that? The rest of them are all fine, right? Yeah, they would be. Otherwise, we'll be having problems. Train, what can't you reach? Is it not finished yet? It may not be finished yet. Yeah, that's the last part of the line to be built. We are probably out of gravel, I would guess. Oh no, we've actually run out of train tracks. Or not. Is there a bunch in storage? No, we are out of train tracks. Why does it say there's a bunch in storage? There most assuredly is not. There we go. It just hasn't updated for this year. Where is my train track making thing? Give it a bit more oomph. Okay, we may as well get the other 2 bits connected up now while I can see them. We may as well connect that straight into there, even though it's going to get ripped down, just so that we can use it. I have no idea how I'm going to get rid of all of the construction parts currently sitting in the shipyard. There's thousands of them. This one does need to be blue. It's coming straight away over, so 1, 2, 3. This doesn't matter because it's all getting torn down in a couple of days' time. Okay. I don't really need a storage for a storage, so let's just do that. Okay. Our existing steel supply is done. So that can all be moved. Let's bring... Is that height of 5? Trying to line it up with that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is height of 5. Does it need to be? No, it does not. Just so we can run it alongside the copper. We can bring that to there, and then once that's empty, we can connect that up. So that everything keeps running while we start figuring out our plan on Thursday. What are you moaning about? Vehicles can't reach it? Really? No, that stanchion used to exist there. Can you guys really not get through that? Apparently not. The problem is that this didn't used to exist there. I can fix that. I also don't need that anymore. These are set to... No, they should allow trucks to them. That's why we have the bridge. If they need direct access to the raw supplies or to deposit the raw supplies, they can do. So let's allow them to shift all that lot into there, and then we can just connect that directly and not worry about it. I'm going to need to tweak that. In fact, with that gone... Yeah, with that bit gone, we can just connect this over to here now. There we go. Now they can get back in there. And they can stop whining about it. Check again. See? Okay. We'll leave it there for today. We got everything done that we wanted to get done. We're mostly just waiting for this to empty out so I can strip it down. And then on Thursday, the plan will be everything left of this and south of this goes bye-bye. And we redo it all. And we somehow managed to sort out the gigantic amount of resources that's now going to be sitting on our ship. There's so much crap in there now, and we're just about to make it worse. But yeah, that will be the plan for Thursday. So, thanks again. Hope you enjoyed the show. We're back on Thursday from 2 PM BST onwards, so hopefully we will see you next time. Cheerio.